hear me over the engine. Get the live stream sorted out. We are, at the moment, we are en route. Actually, I could do this by looking inside the aeroplane to show you, couldn't I? We are en route to, let me have a look at the map, Stornoway. Right now, so we're 5 minutes away from Stornoway. And the weather today is interesting. I think you could probably class it as. Flying at 5,000 feet, 150 knots. So we're off the coast of Scotland, heading towards the Orkneys slowly and the Shetland Islands, and then we'll be coming back down over Scotland. So I'll have a look at the flight plan. And we can put a few more legs in actually to cover later into the day, because we're going to carry on with this flight. So e.g. PA, PM, PB, PC, PE, PD, PH. So append, so we go to over to Aberdeen, then down to Edinburgh. I imagine we'll go to Newcastle after Edinburgh, so yeah, PHEGNT. So append Edinburgh. So we'll probably, for the stream, we'll see how we go. We will be landing at each airport and filing ACARS reports as we go. So you'll have a little bit of interest there of, let's make this smaller and get rid of the search box. So tidy the screen up a little bit. Actually, put that in the middle, I think it centers it. Yeah, there we go. And we will be using VirtualFlight.Online along the way, which is the online airline that I've founded. So we are doing this leg at the moment. So if we go and look in the dispatch page, we can see the details about the plan. It's leg number 18 of the British Isles tour. The weather is horrendous. Okay, so let's come off autopilot and fly in manually. We'll have a quick look at the wind first. We are here at the moment. So wind is going to be a crosswind. So let's have a look and see if we can spot the airfield down here. We'll just avoid this cloud so we don't get obscured vision on the way into the airfield. Cut the throttle back. And I'm just pulling, as well as doing this, pulling the live stream up. I'm rubbish at doing two things at once. So I'm just pulling up YouTube on a second monitor with the live stream so I can see any chat that happens in the live stream. There we go, got it. So that can go on mute. And now I can see the live stream. So we've got Flight 94 saying he's doing his first VATSIM flight today. Oh, good luck. Okay, we can see the airfield down here in amongst the clouds. So that's a lot of windmills on that headland, isn't it? So let's cut the throttle back. So in order to do to file my ACARS report for the flight, I will need to stop the engine, so I'll taxi over at the airfield to the parking area, cut the engine, file the ACARS report, dispatch the next leg, reload ACARS, start the engine, and we'll get on our way again. So it's going to be a quick turnaround at each airfield. May refuel as well while we're here. Okay, going far too fast. Down. So just taxi. How do we get to the parking area behind the tower then? Okay, we can see it. So I'm logging these legs with the virtual airline VirtualFlight.Online that we started just over a week ago. So once I've completed all of the legs of the British tour, I get a sticker basically. We have to be careful not to overspeed on taxi. So I'm just going to pull up on the taxiway here and get in everybody's way while I go and dispatch the next leg. There's a Vans RV14 over there. Okay, parking brake on. We'll cut the engine, which all we have to do for that is pull the mixture. We can pull up ACARS, which is... oh, I'm going to go and shut Discord because we're not using it. ACARS, here we go. So we can end the flight, and it's filed our flight plan, which is good. And then we can go back over to dispatch and go to the next leg. So Operations Centre, Tours and Events, British Isles. And we can see we've just done the EGPL to EGPO if we have a look on the map. So the next one is going to be to EGPA. So we want to go to this one, view it, and we can't dispatch it yet because it's still booked. So we just need to wait for the logbook to appear for this flight. So we'll just go and wait in here for a moment, have a sip of coffee, wait for my previous leg to appear. So what these are the pilot reports or pilot reports of the previous legs I've flown. So if I go and look, you can see how well you did. I had a taxi overspeed warning. I got 95%, so that knocked 5% off my score, which was a shame, but you get a full log of where you flew. There we go. Oh, the sim just did something. If we go and look then in our logbook again, have we got the last one? EGPL. It was EGPO, wasn't it? We've just landed at. So it isn't there just yet. So we just hang on for a couple of minutes and wait for it to appear. and when it appears we'll be able to dispatch the next leg. So we just give it a moment. It's interesting flying these legs in this way, because waiting for the PIREP to go through gives you a kind of a natural break between flying. Sometimes it takes it a few minutes. How many people are in the air today then? There's all this lot, look, there's 12 flights dispatched, 9 flights in progress, so there's 12 on the ground basically getting ready to fly, 9 that are in the air. We can go and see where people are if we go and click on the plans, or we can see a world map actually of where people are flying, so you can go and click on them and you can see their exact leg they're following. So this guy's following the hills out of Bergen. Okay, so let's go and have another look, see if our logbook entry has come in yet. It's taking a few minutes, isn't it? I need to talk to the guys at VA Base, which is the software that underlies the airline, to see if they can speed up the PIREPs, because it's a bit of a pain. There we go, it's just arrived. So let's go and have a look how we did. 100%, very good. Okay, so we should now be able to refresh this. EGPO to EGPA, dispatch the flight, go to the dispatch centre for our flight briefing, so there we get all the details of it. It's all the winds and everything else. We can go and have a look on, oops, I'm not supposed to use that button, I'm supposed to use it here. We're flying up here, so you can see the wind is coming out of the southeast. So we'll just minimise that then, minimise little nav map. Go to ACARS, refresh ACARS, there's our next flight leg. We'll put the alternate in as EGPA anyway, no passengers. We will fly at 2,500 feet, we have no cargo, and we will start the flight. Okay, so we start the engine again. It helps if you can put mixture in. And while we're waiting for the engine to come up, we will go and program our aircraft. Flight plan. We'll remove what we have at the moment. Oops, wrong button. Remove, okay. Set origin. Echo Golf Papa Oscar, enter. And we are going to Echo Golf Papa Alpha. Echo Golf Papa Alpha, and that's done that. Go look on the map page and we have our route, which we can look at as we fly. Okay, come off the parking brake. We left the lights on while we were sitting here on the ground, so we haven't got to go and switch anything on. Open the engine. Now, which way is the wind again? So, which way are we facing? Ideally, then, we want to be taking off runway 18, but we can get away. It's only an 8 knot wind. We can get away with runway 24. Let's just try not to get done for overspeed. Shouldn't be using this apparently, this runway. Okay, so we won't. Let's just check where we are on the airfield. Okay, so this is the old runway. We're about to turn on to runway 24. The weather off the coast of Scotland is quite spectacular today. Hold the centre line. We have takeoff flaps on already, so 80 knots, rotate, and we're in the air. So flaps up. Let's fly it out to 1,000 feet at least. While we're flying out, it's looking like, we can't quite see it on the map, 68 degrees we want on the compass, so we'll busy ourselves with that as we climb out. We can watch the artificial horizon while we're doing this. Set the course just to make it obvious which direction we're supposed to be going. So the opposite direction than we're actually going. So let's go downwind to make our turn. Just coming up through 2,000 feet. We'll set the autopilot for 3,000 for the moment. Sorry, autopilot altitude I should say. And we'll come back to 85% on the throttle. So autopilot on. Go for nav mode. And the aircraft will start to navigate on its own. And we are now en route across the ocean. So now we're en route. Let's see how many minutes we've got showing up on the flight plan. Interestingly, it's not showing us the estimate, which is interesting. There we go. 45 minutes. 44. So we've got a little wait to get along the way, so I can have a talk about VirtualFlight.Online while we're on our way. So this is, let's go to the front page. This is VirtualFlight.Online, the virtual airline that I've started. If you've not seen it already, you can see in a week we've done rather well. We've got 330 pilots, 1,700 hours of flight have been recorded this month so far. 287,000 miles have been recorded. 1,800 flights. So if we scroll down, you can see where people that are logged in right now are around the world that are in flight. We got notices to airmen, so any major announcements we go and write up. These are the people that are flying right now, so you will see me on this list. There I am. VFL0100 is me. You can see my flight is in progress from EGPO to EGPA, and there's the flight number, which is one of the tour flights. Got the latest 10 flights that have been recorded, so there's my previous landing, for example. We've got the top 5 landings this week, and they are just crazy landing rates, so I might even remove this widget because it's ridiculous. It encourages bad behaviour from the pilots. Latest members that have joined. We've got members all over the world, actually. It's a very, very international mix. So if we go and have a look, there's lots of tours and events. So when you first join, you are a student pilot and you have to file some hours in order to qualify to go and do general aviation flights. So we've got some flying schools, so if you go and have a look at one of these, so the UK Flight School, you have to do basically a leg each in a 152, a 172 and a Robin DR40 or 400, sorry. And you can see people that have done those flight school legs. So basically it's asking you to do an hour in each plane just to get used to flying. And there's 3 different flight schools around the world. There's the UK, France and USA. Then you get into the general aviation tours. So these are just things to go do. so you can file your flight hours against. So there's tours of the British Isles, Italy, USA West Coast, Alps, Japan. So in each of these, if you go and have a look at one, say we look at the West Coast USA tour, you see a description, you see a number of legs, and you can pick open a leg, see where it actually is in the world, and you could dispatch it if you weren't already doing a flight. So all what dispatching means is you're saying you're booking, you're going to go and do that flight, and then when you run the ACARS client, which is the flight tracking software, it picks up that booked flight, and you can start the flight, and it starts watching what you're doing in the aeroplane. So, and then obviously when you complete the flight, it goes into your logbook automatically, and it keeps track of exactly where you flew. So by looking there, you can see we are this guy up here right at the top of Scotland. If we zoom right in on us and click on the aeroplane, it shows you the flight plan and your track on the flight plan, and you know how much of progress through the flight you've made so far. Someone's asking Mika, or Mika, you're asking, can I use it with the Xbox? Yes, you can, because if you haven't got access to the ACARS client, which you won't have on the Xbox, you can still do a manual PIREP or manual pilot report. So you can click on that, you fill in the details of the flight you did, and that goes on your record. Obviously it's not as detailed as a full pilot report, but it's the next best thing. It's much more like the real world, you know, where you just fill in your logbook. But it will, you know, it will tick things off within the airline. But I'm just trying to think. So we had a quick look there at tours. So there's various tours around the world. There's some commercial aviation tours as well. So once you qualify as a Class D First Officer, and to do that, there is a rank structure. So the number of hours you have filed opens up different ranks, and the ranks open up different aircraft. Okay? So Class D basically gets you the turboprops, Class C is the business jets, Class B is the big jets like the 737 and the Airbus, and Class A is the 747 and the 787, so the intercontinental jets. So once you've filed, for example, 10 hours in GA aeroplanes, you can get the turboprops. Once you've filed 30 hours, business jets, 50 hours, the big jets, 70 hours, the intercontinental carriers. What else have we got? There's a schedule. So the big jets have got scheduled flights around the world. So you can pick out an aircraft, for example, like the 737, and this is filtered automatically. You could say, okay, we're taking off from Stansted, which is EGSS, and there's all the flights leaving Stansted. So you could go and look at one of those and wait for it to load. Did I click on that? I must have missed it. And you can see there's a flight going from Stansted over to somewhere on the south coast of Wales. I can't quite see where that is if you zoom in. There's obviously an airfield down there just to the southwest of Cardiff. And obviously, yeah, you can go and fly those routes. So they're the scheduled flights. You can also, if you go to the dispatch page, which I can't do at the moment because I'm flying, if I go to dispatch, it's just going to show me my flight. If I had not dispatched a flight, I could charter an aeroplane and fly wherever I want. It's got full SimBrief integration, which you have not seen me using. So you can take your dispatched flight plan, send it out to SimBrief, and they can come back with the full details of your flight to go fly, you know, with your operational flight plan. So it's got full integration with that to do it with one click. If you use VATSIM, you can also pre-file with VATSIM, and it's one click to do that as well. So once you've got your flight plan, you can go and pre-file it. I think I could do it here actually. Oh no, sorry, because I'm in flight, the button vanishes. But there is a button usually at the top right of your flight plan, if you're not flying yet, where you can go and pre-file with VATSIM. Otherwise, we have really gone to town. You can see live flights, obviously, so it's a list of who's in the air right now. Statistics about the airline, you know, all the stuff you'd expect to be seeing here, really. Roster of all the pilots. So we've got hundreds and hundreds of pilots now, all at different ranks, working their way through. Awards you can win. So basically, for completing each tour, you can win an award. If you back the website, so if you help us through Patreon, you get a supporter badge. And we're thinking up more and more awards as we go along. What else have we got? Just trying to think. You can send messages between each other. We have also written an awful lot of instructional stuff. So if you click on the link, I'll just show you that again. At the top there's a link to the codex, which just means books. Codex.VirtualFlight.Online. And we've got a really in-depth guide to everything to do with flying. So, you know, how to get started with installing the software and how everything works. How the ACARS software works. So, you know, full instructions to download it, how to use it. Full details about the rank structure in the airline and what the different ranks give you in terms of aeroplanes and what tours and things open up to you at which points. How the flights are scored by ACARS, so the tests that happen that impact your score. A full list of the aircraft in the fleet that we can pick aircraft from, so it's basically just about everything that's popular in Flight Simulator is in the fleet and you can choose for flights. And the operators. So the aircraft are actually subdivided into operators. So that gives you an idea of that. Okay, so yeah, VirtualFlight.Online, it's free to join. So do come and join us. We have a regular newsletter as well. If you pop that open, you can see we email this out once a week. So it's any news about new tours, new liveries. We've got a fantastic new livery that's been built for us in our own colours for the A320. So if you do want to fly in company colours, you can. We do informal group flights on Sunday evenings, so one happened just last night. We do, yeah, there's the details of last night's flight. We went from Reno to Yosemite together. There's details about the Patreon as well. So it's free. Obviously the airline is free for everybody to use. It's not free for us to operate. So we have some very helpful people that are just paying in a very small amount a month to help pay the bills, basically, to keep the airline up and running and the website going. Obviously we have some volunteers as well, so if we go and look in the staff page, you can see the people that are helping out so far, and I imagine that will grow over time. But we're finding our feet, basically. None of us have run an airline before on the internet, so we're figuring out how to do it as we go and building it out, trying to make things that are interesting for people to go and do. Okay, how are we doing in the aeroplane? We've got half an hour to go and the weather is horrendous. It's interesting, actually. Do these work in the Analogue Caravan? I think they do. How cool is that? Does that mean this one works as well then? I've never even tried it before. That is cool. I concentrate so much on operating the aeroplane, I never really look at the nice things that are in the cabin. Should we go and have a wander down through the cabin? It is cool, isn't it? Don't think the doors work. It's all a bit clean, isn't it? It's like showroom new. Ignition is on. It shouldn't be. It's on norm. Ah. Starter should have been switched off. Good job I spotted that. I don't think ACARS will penalise me for it. Let's just go and check the status of the aeroplane. So, strobes on, nav lights on, beacon lights on. We're leaving landing lights on because we're below 10,000 feet and the weather's horrendous. Let's go and check. I took off with the... Yeah, look, that damaged the engine when I was running it on full throttle. But we'll we'll leave that there. We'll repair it when we get to the next airfield. So the island we are seeing off of the right side is probably the mainland, actually. Let's have a look on the map. Yeah, it's the mainland. So we're just seeing Handa appearing over there. That'll be that stretch of land there. Now, because we're getting closer to land, I'm going to climb above the clouds then. So let's go for 6,000 feet at 1,000 feet a minute. Let's pull the mixture back a little bit. Keep an eye on the airspeed as we climb. We should be good. Is this Caravan the Premium Deluxe? No, it's not. This is a payware add-on to the Caravan called the Analogue Caravan from Black Square. So if you go and look on the internet for Black Square Analogue Caravan for Microsoft Flight Simulator, you get this study level Caravan. Basically all the breakers work, all the levers and switches all work properly, everything works as it should. And as you can see, I ran the engine on flat out on takeoff, which I shouldn't have done, and it actually damaged the cylinder heads. I mean, we can repair it just by clicking a button, but it just makes you more mindful that you're actually flying a living, breathing aeroplane that you can operate incorrectly. So yeah, look, we're just climbing up out of the worst of the weather. "34 minutes to go at the speed we're doing." Obviously we're climbing, so our speed has decreased. I was just more worried than anything about the elevation plot below us, but we can see actually we'll be fine. If I put that to 5,000 feet, yeah, that will be fine. We don't even need to be at 6, do we? We'll go for 5,000 feet, which we're just coming up to. So this should capture altitude any moment. So we'll arm that. Did that arm? Yeah, it's doing altitude capture now. The vertical speed is coming off. Yeah, just responding to the comment in the live stream about the realism. I guess Asobo are caught between a rock and a hard place, because the standard planes, they try to make them accessible so they're not as complicated as they might be, which means that they don't always work, they don't always have all the functionality of a real plane, where you have to worry about a lot more things. It's like the local Legend aircraft tend to be like that as well. They're quite dumbed down in terms of how much damage you can do to the aeroplane if you operate it incorrectly. So I understand where they come from, but the nice thing is you can get quite inexpensive upgrades like the Analogue Caravan one, which transform it. There's another one that's recently come out for the Cessna, the C172, that turns that into a study level aeroplane, and suddenly there's all sorts of things that can go wrong with it in terms of like wear and tear. So the more you fly it, you get, the wiring loom has wear in it from vibration from the engine and things like that. So odd instruments could just pack up while you're flying. You also get consumables modelled in the engine with the C172 upgrade. I mean, to be honest, if you want a real proper study level plane that can go wrong in all sorts of inventive ways, the DC-6 is probably the best value, most difficult, most entertaining aircraft in the sim by quite some distance. If you like steam gauges, the old traditional, lots of dials and levers and things to fiddle with, and the DC-6 is wonderful in that regard. Okay, so let's just have a look on the map and see where we are flying over right now. So Loch Erebol is off to the right. I don't think this map is going to have enough detail to show us the name of these hills. Carbrek radio station is off to the side of us. Let's go full size. Coming up for Durnesk, Keeldale, Sangabeg. So right on the top, just crossing the coast of the north of Scotland. We're heading towards Kirkwall in the Orkney Islands, and then we'll go for the Shetlands after that. I mean, half the reason I'm using this plane is when we get out to the Shetlands, the runways could be... Although, where are we landing in the Shetlands? Let's go and have a look. Oh, we're going to the big airports, so it's not a problem. It's just that, yeah, if you get places like Outskerries, you suddenly have... It's probably one of my favourite airfields in the game, to be honest. Outskerries is wonderfully modelled, and you come in... Yeah, the wind's correct for it as well. You come in over these headlands with crashing waves right in front of the runway. It's great fun. Hey, the weather really isn't helping us with any sightseeing today, is it? Really can't see much at all. Something I didn't point out about the virtual airline, we also have a Discord server. It is very, very active. So there's hundreds of people in there, you know, all sharing their knowledge and telling stories and helping each other and using the resources we put into the Discord server. Yes, I believe, just reading the notes, I believe the upgrade for the 172 is available from Just Flight. I don't think it's... Obviously it doesn't change the look of the 172. I think it upgrades the steam gauge 172, which would be the one that comes with Premium Deluxe, I believe, in the simulator. Okay, so we're leaving the coast of Scotland behind now. Off towards Kirkwall. Don't need the elevation plot. And to be honest, we could drop back down to a couple of thousand feet now. Now we're out of the way of the island. We'll go to 2,500. Come down at 500 feet a minute. Keep an eye on the airspeed, make sure we don't start overspeeding. Okay, back out of the cloud and we can actually see where we're going now. Look out across the hills of Scotland as we say goodbye to Scotland for a little while. We'll be back soon, flying out towards the Orkneys and the Shetland Islands. I love the way the sun reflects off the water in Flight Simulator. I have been tempted to have a look at X-Plane 12. I owned X-Plane 11, but I haven't had X-Plane 11 installed for 2 years because of Flight Sim. The rate of progress Flight Sim has made, it's overtaken X-Plane. It overtook it quite some time ago, both in terms of flight dynamics and graphics. It's unless you spend a fortune on X-Plane, you still can't get it anywhere near the graphics of this. Even after paying for various scenery packages and cloud packages, it's still nowhere near what Flight Sim is doing. And now the flight dynamics have caught up as well. The more modern aircraft in Flight Sim, as of Sim Update 9 onwards, have got computational fluid dynamics happening on the body, which is actually more accurate than X-Plane. So it's a bit of a bone of contention, and now you've got the whole deal with kind of defensive self going on, with all the X-Plane fanboys defending their decision to keep supporting it and claiming it's better in some way or another, and they're just not being pragmatic about it at all. I mean, I've got both. Yeah, so I've always flown both until this overtook X-Plane, and what you get out of the box with Flight Sim is just ridiculous compared to X-Plane. I mean, don't get me wrong, X-Plane is still a very good simulator, but in terms of value for money, Flight Simulator annihilates it. It has multiplayer as well. It's not even worth talking about. I know a few people that have already bought X-Plane 12, and they were kind of trying to talk quite defensively about it, about it's going to be good, and if you can upload your old aeroplanes. The problem is the old aeroplanes aren't as good as the cheap aeroplanes in Flight Simulator. I mean, look at the quality of some of this rendering of the instruments and stuff. It's absolutely ridiculous, and the flight dynamics are very, very good now. I mean, you've even got like dirt on the glass of the instruments. It's mad. Of course, all the systems work. We've got GTN 750 here, which was an optional piece of hardware for this aircraft. I do keep wondering about buying a Navigraph subscription just so I can have charts and start playing with them, because then I could come in here obviously. I don't think this does weather. Yeah, you can buy various extra services that will integrate with the GTN to give you extra stuff. But obviously I've got no charts because I've not got a Navigraph subscription, but if I did, I could pull up charts of the airfield, so that would be so cool. Yeah, I completely agree with what... Now, is it... I'm going to say Micah, but I think it's probably Mika. I'm going to agree with what you've said in the live stream. You can't beat what you get out of the box for Flight Simulator at the moment. Nothing can compete with it. Micah, okay. So whereabouts in the world are you, if you don't mind me asking? I find it fascinating that we get such an international audience, both in the airline and on flight live streams. Oh, cool. Just go and pull this up. For anyone that's watching this that's just seen the comment appear in the live stream, we'll go and find this on the map, whoops, to show you. Sydney, Kingsford Smith, on the east coast of Australia. We have got an Australia tour in the airline that I set up that takes you right the way around a lap of Australia, starting in Adelaide, working away around the big airfields until you get back to Perth. So yeah, it's a really good one. I did a live stream some time ago up the Gold Coast, up towards Brisbane. It was good fun. Right, let's go and find myself again on the map. Oh, there's somebody ahead of me doing the same journey by the look of it. So that is... who is it? Show information for VFL 0406. Somebody else doing the UK tour ahead of me by the look of it. They're flying the Swift. Oh my word, they're brave. No autopilot on a Swift. They might not be doing the tour, they might just be flying at Kirkwall for a laugh. We can find out if they're flying a tour by looking on here. 406. No, they're not. Otherwise they would appear on dispatched flights. We can also go via the transmitter though. So if we go to VirtualFlight.Online /who, have we got VFL 0406 showing up? Or is that, yeah, they are showing up here, look. We can find out who they are. It is Dave J. Oh, so yes, he is there, look, VFL 0406. So I'm actually running a piece of software here called Transmitter that I wrote that allows you to see where people are on the map, which is also allowing us to see them in little nav map. That's what produces the red aeroplane. There's full instructions on the Virtual Flight website about Transmitter. He's flying towards me. Probably he's going to greet me. He's coming up to, he's climbing. So we'll probably see a tiny little Globe Swift whistling towards us soon. So let's go and zoom back in on this map. We are going to need to clear the headlands. I think we're higher than them. We'll find out when we get there. Is Jetstream Radio free? DMCA free? Yeah, I can't turn it on. I'll get a copyright strike because they play copyright music. They're obviously paying to do that because they have donations. So there is Jetstream Radio on the Acast client, but I can't dare put it on in a live stream because I'll get a copyright strike on YouTube instantly. I kind of learnt my lesson with having backing music even. I used to use the lo-fi beats music. And yeah, it was a bit of a nightmare because somebody that had put music into lo-fi beats did a copyright claim even though they had released their music as free, and YouTube actually pulled the lo-fi beats channel down even though it had 2 million subscribers. So I don't dare go anywhere near copyright music anymore because the musicians that put it out on the internet can't be trusted. You know, they put their music out to get it, to give it an audience, and then they change their mind and say, oh, actually no, this is copyrighted and I'm going to do a takedown on everyone in the world that's using it. Which I think is incredibly disingenuous. Okay. We are approaching Orkney Islands. When we get closer, I'll fly by hand as we go through the hills. So if we have a quick look on the map, we're going to come in over the top of Hoy, fly down through this little valley, and then along the coast towards Kirkwall, find the airport. So I'll start hand flying now. So start descending gently towards the sea. See the clouds reflecting in the water. It's quite cool, isn't it? The sea must be very calm. That's a good point, actually. How fast is the wind? 1 knot. That explains why we've got the mirror finish on the water. There's no wind. So I need to be careful then. If we've got kind of mirror water, it can really just deceive you and you don't know how high you are above the water if you can't see any texture on it. That really is odd, isn't it? It's like a mill pond. Yeah, so someone's making a comment there about the condition levers. Yeah, I'm actually manipulating the propeller speed while I'm in flight, not the mixture. I probably misspoke earlier. Yeah, someone's mentioning about checking the altimeter. The interesting thing is not all aircraft have altimeters. The older ones, it's a luxury. Although they are there, but they're not always accurate. Well, they tend to be there. Okay, we're just about to come in through this valley. We'll stay about 1,000 feet off the floor, just for safety reasons. It would be interesting, wouldn't it, to go and fly around that hill though. It's a gorgeous landscape around here. So we're heading in towards Kirkwall, and the Globe Swift is the other side. Oh, he's higher than us now. So we'll see him up above us, up here somewhere. If he's on the same server. It's a good point actually, that before we get there, let's make sure we're on West Europe. Close, resume. So we should see some air traffic around if we're in West Europe. Well, if there's no wind, then the sea should be fairly calm. And you can see further out, there is some wind out there. You can see it blowing across the water. It's just in here. It's eerie though, isn't it? I've never seen it this calm. It's like a lake. Very, very odd. Okay, we finally have some land to see. Oh, it's got to be done, hasn't it? Flying around these hills. No, the weather's happening, look, because it's up there. Maybe it just is a nice, pretty, calm day up in the Orkneys, which is unusual, but it does happen. zoom in on the GPS so we can see where we are. Okay, so we go across the water, down the side of the next bit of land, and it should take us into Kirkwall. The GPS, it's the PMS GTN 750. It's a free upgrade for Flight Simulator, and it supports lots of the aeroplanes. A lot of the payware aeroplanes have it as an optional switch in the cockpit or built into their liveries. Some of them have a download, like the Van's RV14 for example, has an extra download that comes with the aircraft, where if you've got the GTN 750 and you want it to work in your simulator, you put the extra bit in your community folder and it magically appears. It doesn't have a big impact on the frame rate either. It's a touchscreen as well, so when you're programming your flight plan for example, you can do it all via touchscreen, so it's really fast to program flight plans. But yeah, I've become a huge fan of it. I mean, I know how the 430 works, the Garmin, but the GTN 750 is so much nicer. And yeah, this is just the free version. There is a payware version of it that has a lot of extra features, as you saw. There's a lot of stuff greyed out in the menu. If you've got the payware version, that all lights up, so you've got traffic and terrain and other bits and bobs. But for just route planning, or route tracking, it does the job. Okay, should we get a couple of thousand feet altitude so we can see the runway? So that's 1,000 feet. Nice thing about the Caravan, it's like going up in an elevator, isn't it? Yeah, the 310 definitely supports the GTN 750 because I've got it. Yeah, I actually really like flying by VOR navigation. If you have got little nav map alongside, you can figure out where all the masts are. You can see, for example, there's one here at Kirkwall. On the way back we'll use VOR navigation to get back to the mainland. So there's one at Wick, so we'll use it. Actually, is there one over in the Orkneys? Yeah, there's one at Sunborough. There isn't one at Scatster though, but we'll use the Sunborough one en route. So wind is 1 knot. We can come in and turn right in a moment. We should see the runway. There it is. Is our friend around still in the globe? Yeah, he's behind us. So somewhere behind us there's a Globe Swift. Just looking for his nav lights. He's over there somewhere. Okay. There's the airfield. Did I see this has? Oh, it has ILS 110.10. Just for a bit of fun then. So we go to 11010, transfer it to live, and we would have to change the CDI back. There we go, it's working. What direction's the wrong way? It's 89 degrees. So if we change the course marker here to reflect it, that's about it. Now we've got the GPS working. I'm going far too fast. If we do some side slipping to slow down, then we get below the flap limit, and then we can drop the flaps. And now we really are decelerating, and we can get onto the glide slope. So we're now watching the marker here descend onto the glide slope. Here it comes. It's a very shallow approach, or it seems shallow. Or is that just the glide slope is taking a while to catch up with us? I think it was. It only moves at a certain rate. So we ended up dipping below it while watching it descend. Obviously we don't need ILS. Look, it's a perfectly clear day. If I cut the throttle and really bring it in slowly, we could turn off very quickly to get over to the parking. It's one of the great things about the Caravan. Kind of slammed it down, but it was perfectly good landing. Don't always need to grease landings. In fact, you shouldn't. You're supposed to plant the aeroplane on the runway. So we'll just come in, put the parking brake on, cut the engine, file our PIREP, and go and get the next one for the return leg, and then taxi out again. Try and avoid this Mooney. I think it's a Mooney. Okay, parking brake on. Cut the mixture to cut the engine. Go to ACARS, end the flights, okay. And then we wait for the PIREP to come in. If we look around ourselves, we should see there's a Mooney somewhere around here. He must be on a different server. Not a Mooney, a Globe Swift, I mean, sorry. He's over there somewhere. We're just going past him. Yeah, he's on a different multiplayer server, otherwise we would see him. Okay, let's go and have a look in the website. So if we go to the airline, go to logbook, log in. Give it a second. It's still got a log. It still hasn't appeared yet. So we want eGPO to eGPA to appear in the logbook, meaning it's been filed and processed, and then we can go after our next leg. While we're waiting for that to happen, then we'll go to tour event legs, go to British Isles, and go and look at the next one. Go and get ready. So we want to go, that's the one we've just done, so this is the one we're doing next. Out to, from the Orkneys out to the Shetlands. So we could get that programmed into the airplane while we're sat waiting. So come back out of here, go to flight plan, remove Stornoway, set origin. So we're going from EGPA to EGPM. EGPA, EGPM. That's that done. Go to the map, zoom out, and there's our next leg programmed. Okay, so if we refresh this, has the dispatch button appeared yet? No, it hasn't. When it appears, it means that the other one is filed. So what we could do alongside that is go to VirtualFlight, go and look in the logbook and wait for it to appear. EGPL, so we refresh. There it is, it's just appeared. So we can go refresh this one now and we can dispatch this flight. We can come back into ACARS, we can refresh it, there's the flight, alternate. We'll just say the same airport again. No passengers, 2,500 feet, 0 cargo, and start the flight. Okay, that's done. We can go and have a look at our previous entry on the logbook, see how we got on. 88%, so it was landing rate I got nailed on. So I lost basically 12%, and that will be for where is it? Where's the feet per minute? You can tell how rarely I look at this stuff. Oh, 276, there we go. So that's what caused it. It was over 250 feet per minute, which caused that. Okay, off we go again. Let's get the engine started. So we will taxi back out to the runway we just landed on and get on our way. So our direction of travel this time will be 29 degrees for 100 miles. So let's go and program that in here. So 29 degrees. There's 30 there, so it's about 29. We'll whiz this round to match it, and we'll also switch the CDI back to GPS mode. Come off the parking brake, and off we go again. How are we doing for fuel? We've got lots. I fixed the engine when we were in flight, I think, because you can do that. So let's have a look. Yeah, it's at 100% still, look. Because I haven't gunned it. Basically, if you go maximum revs with the Analogue Caravan, it slowly damages the cylinder heads, which is, you know, what would happen. Although that it's a bit misleading when it counts down. That's just wear and tear. That's counting down. It won't actually damage it until you get down, you know, into the low end of that graph. Okay, that's the runway we can't use. The big one's around here. You can get done for taxi overspeed, which is why I'm taxiing so slowly. You can get done for engine on, beacon off, which is entirely reasonable. Okay, straighten our view up. sit up in the cockpit so we can see where we're going. And off we go again. So running the engine about 90%. So you're really looking for kind of the max continuous thrust setting for the engine. I've not looked it up for the Caravan, but I'm guessing it'll be about 92%. And we're up. So gentle left turn. Do a quick tour of the airfield. So if we look down in the cabin, move our view over, and have a quick look at the airfield before we carry on our way. Paradroid saying that's very slow taxiing. Yeah, I know. The king of overspeed. There's a lot of cars in the car park for such a remote airport, isn't there? Okay, so as soon as we get this up and running and on track for the journey, we will switch autopilot on and let it fly the route on its own, essentially. So we'll go for 5,000 feet over the water, and we'll switch the autopilot on now. A 1,000 feet a minute climb rate, and we'll go for nav mode, so it will pick up the GPS because the CDI is in GPS mode. So you can see that's reflected here, and it's going to do it. Very good. And just let the airplane get on with it. If you look at the engine gauges, you can see what I was talking about. If I push the throttle all the way forwards, not only does it start drinking fuel, but the RPM gets very high. And you can see the torque here. I really am at maximum torque where I am at the moment. Just that blipping it above there to show you, if I now go and show you the hidden display, look, that took 2% off the engine condition. Running it just, you know, at maximum revs for a little while. Obviously it's not going to do much damage, but I don't want to play games with that. Just to show you some of this, the things this can simulate, if we go and look in here, you can set a failure rate, so I can say no failures at the moment, but you can have them happening randomly. You can go to detailed settings and you can see main flat motor, standby flat motor, vacuum pump. There's tons and tons of failures you can set. Active failures, there aren't any at the moment. So you can have all sorts of things go wrong with the aeroplane. It's hidden inside this radar display. ProLinks is asking, what is my favourite aeroplane to fly? I don't really have a favourite. I think I really do like the Globe Swift, but it's very old school. It's very hands-on. And it's quite difficult to land well. I don't know. I like all sorts of planes for different reasons. So I like the Starfighter just because it's a little bit challenging. I like the DC-6 because of, you know, we always joke, well, I always joke about you get PTSD flying the DC-6. I don't know. This Analogue Caravan is good. The 414 is very, very good. The Chancellor, made by Fly Simware. The Kodiak from Simworks Studios is very, very good. Yeah. there's all sorts of different planes that are good for different reasons. The Phoenix Airbus is unbelievably good. The PMDG Boeing 737 is very, very good as well. The BAE 146 from Just Flight is fantastic. Yeah, we are spoilt for choice now with Flight Simulator. There are some really, really fantastic aeroplanes available for it. And now the actual simulation has proven itself. It's every bit as realistic, if not more realistic, than any other simulators that have come before. So, yeah, it's fantastic. Right, I'm going to leave this going, and I'm going to go make a coffee. So I'm just going to mute my microphone for a few minutes, if I can remember how. Okay, I'm back. Let's just check the sound levels actually. Yeah, you can hear me over the aeroplane. Good. Let's get Little Nav Map up into the corner of the screen, shall we? We do this. You can see where we are easily. We can switch off the toolbars. If we go to window, open window layout, I've got a window layout that's minimal that I've saved. There we go. And we can get rid of this at the bottom by going to window, taskbar behavior, automatically hide, and that helps that. So the island we are flying over here is a really good question. It's not always wonderfully labelled. One of the Orkneys anyway. On our way now to the Shetland Islands. Look at that bank of cloud in the distance behind us. We'll be going back into it later. Turn the screen around, you can see where we're going. We could make this a bit more fun, couldn't we, if we go for the drone camera instead of the There we go. Just out of interest, I'm going to go and check the fuel. See how much we've got left. About a third of a tank. We'll fill up when we get to the Shetlands. I mean, we've still got plenty. We'll get back to Scotland on that. It's only a couple hundred miles. Back in a moment. Right, I'm back again. So we're about halfway to the Orkney Islands. Let's turn the camera around or go back inside. If we look out the front, we can just about see them on the horizon. Okay. Let's have a look while we're waiting then and put some more of these legs in of travelling back down the UK. So we're back in the VirtualFlight.Online virtual airline website, and we're going to go and look at the tour details for the British Isles again. Let's see where it goes next. We put in the legs as far as Newcastle. So I've done all of these legs so far, but on this one at the moment, NT was Newcastle, NH was next. Interesting. Let's have another look. NT, NH, NJ, SH. Am I blind? Open window layout, go back to default, pull up the search, oh it's Blackpool, it's on the other coast, that's why I didn't see it. Add airport, so we're going cross country on the way down. EGNJ, NJ, SH, MC. NJ, SH, I think MC is South End. KATC. TK, sorry. So that'll be Oxford. So there's Reading. There's TK. That's the finishing point of the entire thing. So that's the route down the country we will be following. I may not do it all today. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. doing? Let's have a look at the GPS. 19 minutes until we get to the Orkney Islands. Something that's quite cool about the GTN 750 is you can reprogram what data is displayed, so you can tailor it to your own requirements. It's very easy to do. So literally you can go into menu and you can change fields, and it lights up each bit that you can change. So if we didn't want the ETE, for example, we could choose something else. You get a huge list of things that you could pick, or functions, or pages. You can have all kinds of stuff. Go back and back, and we're back into where we were. It's very, very cool. Really well, it's been very well thought out, and I guess the simulation of the real thing is very good. Okay, we can now see the Orkneys slowly appearing in front of us. Out over the ocean. Window or window layout. We'll go back to minimal. Make it smaller and put it up in the corner so you get to see it. It's a bit too small. It's our current leg we're flying. The wind has got up. It's up to 14 knots now. Whether that's true of the destination is another matter. In this nav map we can hover the mouse over the airfield and it tells us. So at Skatster, 360 degrees 4 knots, so wind is coming in from the north at 4 knots. You can see that on the METAR. It's the third group of characters where it says 36004 KT. So if you've never read a METAR report or METAR report, it's giving you the departure airfield, which is EGPB. Also the, I should say, the target of the report, EGPB, which is the airfield. Then it's got the time in Zulu time. Then the wind, direction and speed. And then it's got clouds, 320 variable 30. And yeah, it's got the various levels of clouds. Also 320 variable 30 is probably speed at altitude, actually, wind speed. So flight level 320, variable 30 knots. Yeah. Let's have a look. How are we doing? Coming in over the coast. So over to our right we can see Sunborough, which we'll be visiting in a moment, which is over there. But we're going straight for the mainland, for Skatster. While we're here, we will go and have a little detour over to Outskerries just to show you it. Maybe we'll do a touch and go there. It's interesting, isn't it, with the accurate gauges? Look, the fuel is sloshing around and it's causing the float to show a different level. It's moving. Let's have a play with the nav radios then. So at Sunborough there's a VOR, we can use that one. So 11735. So we will need to change this to use heading mode, because as soon as we go and put the CDI over, it will change. So we'll put the autopilot onto heading mode, like so, and then we can change the CDI back over to VOR lock, which means nav radio will come alive over here. We'll change the frequency then of nav 1 to 11735. So 11735, transfer it to active, and it's come alive. So if we turn the arrow, it will tell us the direction to the radio beacon, which is about 118 degrees. We also have the distance measuring equipment that's now lit up. It's showing nav 1, 17 miles over to the beacon at Sunborough. So we have a look at the map. We're flying past Sunborough, which is why the distance isn't really changing very much, because we're kind of equidistant at this point in the journey. It's interesting, isn't it? Like you can see the relative speed to the VOR beacon is coming down, because we're obviously almost on a tangent to it. So that will start going back up again in a moment. Anyway, it's enough fun with GPS, with VORs for the moment. Let's switch back to GPS mode. And obviously the course doesn't do anything with GPS, but you can use it as a reference. So you've got this combined HSI and CDI. Poor little aeroplane. Been running it flat out all morning. So let's go and have a look on the engine condition. We haven't lost any more condition. We're looking good. I guess we could change aeroplanes, couldn't we? Have a change of aeroplane for the next leg, maybe. How long are the runways? Let's have a look. So this one is 4,500 feet. Then we come into Sunborough. That's 5,000 feet nearly. Down to Wick. That's 6,000 feet. Yeah, I was thinking about whether we could get away with the 146 and use a jet plane for some of these legs, but it's just a bit too short on the runway lengths for it. It's a very still day. The plane's not being thrown around at all. quite barren out here, isn't it? So we've got somebody from VirtualFlight.Online out here. It's a Kodiak GWAB Bill. He's at 2,500 feet, so if I start descending we should see him. So we'll come down to 2,000. We will do it at 1,000 feet a minute, so we'll be down to altitude in a couple of minutes. See the altimeter spinning as it descends. Vertical speed is reflecting 1,000 feet a minute. We have 8 minutes until we get to the airfield. So we're just going to dip below this wispy cloud. And we'll zoom in on the GPS. We could open the engine up a bit. I don't think we'll overspeed at 1,000 feet a minute. With kind of 90% revs, we should be good. We've hardly used any fuel. Caravan's got a pretty spectacular range. Just going to have a quick look at that map again then. So he's at 3,000 feet. So he's same height as us. Is he on the same server though? Can we see him? So he's a little bit higher than us. I'm not seeing any nav lights, so maybe he's not on the West Europe server. Although he's still several miles away. He's the other side of that water. He's there somewhere. and 60 knots, 3,300 feet. Can't see anybody, I'm afraid. Okay, let's go and fly in low and slow, manually. Got to be nosy and look at some of the farms and stuff along the way. Ah, here comes Bill. He's on the live stream chat. I'm on the West Europe server, which explains why I couldn't see you. Maybe if I look round behind now with the see you on nav lights. I can't see them yet. Oh, there you are. Just seen you. Very cool. Up there. So, Scatster, the wind is from the north, so we're coming in runway 06. So we'll do straight in approach, and then I'll go inland, file my PIREP, or pilot report, schedule the next leg, and I'll be off on my way again. Quite a lot of aileron trim to keep the plane level. Over there, you can see him. Okay, so just flying in, and we've got Bray, which is the small town down here. This is Weatherster, Row Sound, Buster. Trondevo is this little few houses here, and then obviously you've got Scatster Airfield. So what's the village? So Solemvo Oil Terminal is the building over there on the far side of the bay. Yeah, you can see all the oil storage tanks. So there's our runway on the lee of the hill here. In relation to us, yeah, it's just a few miles behind. So you can see Scatster Airfield down here, so I'm going to come off the throttle. Flaps down to retard our speed. Now we're within flaps range. Turn in towards the airfield and fall like a stone towards it. We may need to side slip a little bit because it's quite steep. No, we should be fine. The parking's at the far end, so we don't need to land too early. Us as we're descending. Seconds bill behind us. Very barren out here, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to start side slipping. So side slipping just allows you to descend more quickly because you don't accelerate, because you're using the side of the aircraft to deflect some of your speed. So we stop the side slip over the centre line and let the aircraft just glide back down onto the runway. Running long on purpose, remember, so wheel brakes on, flaps up, and taxi. Find somewhere to stop for a moment to recharge my aircraft. I'm going to actually do a U-turn here so I can see Bill roll in behind me if he does choose to land. Yeah, we can see his lights there in the distance. So while he's landing, we will cut the fuel to shop the engine, and we can end our flight on ACARS. That's filed the PIREP, and we'll go up in the air and we can go and watch his approach. Very cool. Okay. We'll see him come rolling past in a moment. Hopefully. There he is. Flying a Kodiak. Okay, so I'm just waiting for my PIREP to get filed for EGPA to EGPM. So let's go and wait for that. We'll get ready on the next PM to PB is the one we're interested in doing, but we're going to go and look in the logbook. So here comes Bill. Keep this out of his way so we see him taxi in. So that one's come in. So we should be able to go now into here, refresh this. It says I have a booked flight still, so that should clear itself in a few moments. That's the creative way to get into the parking area, I guess. So I'm still waiting for my PIREP to get cleared, and then I can dispatch the next leg. Because we're going to go from PM to PB, which is Sunborough. It's only a short leg, 30 miles. Just need to wait for the PIREP to get filed. Shouldn't take too long. Which is 21. Yeah, we're waiting for number 20 to appear. Come on. Should I go and get some fuel while we're waiting? fuel selector. Let's get it filled up to 75%, should be enough for most of the journey home. Refresh the PyReps. I need to have a talk to the developers at VA Base to find out what the delay is. It's probably just a timer job that runs every couple of minutes to go and fetch all the PyReps. But you end up waiting here for ages. It's probably a cron job or something that's running on a 2-minute or 3-minute schedule. Find out how well I did on the previous leg. Maybe I should schedule going getting snacks and things in between while I'm waiting for PyReps to file. Curious, don't worry. There we go, it's filed. So refresh, dispatch. Let's go and have a look at the PyRep for the previous leg. So 100%, landing rate -196. So just within the 200 before you get hit with the penalty. Did okay on all of the tests. Very good. Okay, so go and refresh ACARS. Pick up the next flight. So EGPB is the alternate. So passengers none. Fly at 2500. Cargo 0. Start the flight. Yes, okay, I have fueled. ACARS is running. Start the engine again. Okay. The next leg over to Sumbra is 181 degrees on the compass, so we'll go and program that in so we've got a reference at least. So 181, so just past south. Do. And program it on the autopilot. So back, flight plan, EGPM. Oh, we remove that one, okay, and then go EGPM. And we were going to Sumbra, EGPB. Okay, done. Map. Let's get going again then. How strong was the wind on the ground here? Let's have a quick look. Hardly anything. It's a couple of knots, so we can take off the opposite direction. There's no need to taxi all the way around. Okay, flaps to takeoff position. Full throttle. There's a setting you need to make in this nav map in the multiplayer aircraft settings to be able to see other aeroplanes. I'll show you it in a moment. I'll just get stabilised on the flight. So it flaps up. I just went full throttle. I probably damaged the engine slightly. Oh well. It's a bad habit. It really is. So let's get this climbing out for us. We want to go to 1,000 feet, go to nav mode. It's taking its time to begin climbing. It's doing it now. You can see that the autopilots are based on gyros and they don't react very quickly, so you're better off, I didn't do it this time, you're better off getting into stable level flight and trimming the aircraft before you go to autopilot, because it will go to roll and pitch mode and, you know, do what you're doing at the moment, and I didn't do that. Which is why you saw it dip towards the water. Okay, so we're going to change the target altitude to 2,500 feet for the moment. I'm just going to go and calibrate the altimeter. Yeah, it was slightly out, but not much. Okay, yeah, we were talking about Little Nav Map and getting it to show the red aeroplanes from transmitter. In the Tools menu, in Options, you need to go to Online Flying, and it needs to, the online service needs to say Custom. The file URL has to be this URL, so it's VirtualFlight.Online/read.php, so HTTPS in front of it, obviously. And then set the time delay, so every 5 seconds, and the format has to be IVAO. There are multiple formats in there. You have to set IVAO. The only reason it's IVAO is they published their standard, and it's not quite the same as VATSIM. So once you've done that, and if I reload the normal layout in Little Nav Map, I can explain this. Once you have switched that on, there's a little red aeroplane on the toolbar towards the right hand side of the toolbar. That's the multiplayer aircraft. Yeah. If you have the same call sign in the simulator, you know, in your flight conditions when you started the flight, as you do in transmitter, you will not see a red aeroplane for yourself, because they match call signs. It will only show one of them, and it will favour the yellow one that's coming straight from the simulator. But if they differ, then it's not a problem. I never fiddle with the call signs, so it's not a problem for me. So it's Tools, Options, Online Flying, set it to Custom, and put in there https://virtualflight.online/read.php. And what that's, so basically what transmitter does, I've got it running here in the background. Here it is. It's connected at the moment. Transmitter broadcasts your position to a database on the internet. That URL we put into Little Nav Map reads everybody's positions back and puts them on the map. So anyone who's transmitting, you get to see where they are. Yeah, so if we zoom out, you can see there's somebody else over here at Kirkwall. And if we look further down the map, there's someone else over here, over Wales. There's someone else over the Yorkshire Dales. If you look over into Europe, there's somebody down at Brest at the moment. There's someone else over in Stockholm. And you can find out about them if you click on them. You get the information about them. So it's Ronnie is flying the Qantas CRJ 550. If you go and click on this one here, this is somebody flying a JPL Cessna 152. So this trip down to Sunborough is going to take minutes, isn't it? All of the instructions for setting transmitter up are available at codex.virtualflight.online. Or if you just go to VirtualFlight.Online, you'll see a link to the codex. And it's got all of the instructions about setting up Little Nav Map in there. It's worth pointing out actually, if you disconnect transmitter and then change your call sign and then reconnect it, you'll, for a minute or two, both of your identities will appear on the map. Now, after about a minute, it gets rid of anybody who's not broadcasting anymore. You can see who is online via the link in transmitter, and it pops open the who's online page. So it's basically everybody that's using transmitter. And you can see, where they are in the world, and you can go click on them, and it tells you a little bit about them. It's kind of similar to what ACARS is doing with the airline, where you can go to the front page and go and click on somebody and see what their flight plan is. So you can see at the moment we can go and click on me, and it's got my really small little flight plan. Okay, so we're just flying over the Orkneys towards Sombra. Oh, I was going to fly over to Outskerries. I'll go out to Outskerries on another day. I'll go and do a specific video visiting it. ProLinks. Golf Bravo Sierra Kilo Alpha is me. We can actually find that out. So what the person's saying there, look, we can go and look in here. We can say, where do we see Golf Bravo Sierra? Bravo Sierra Kilo Alpha, there we go. Alan Bateson. And he's over here, look, just taking off from Gothenburg, or flying over Gothenburg, I should say. As I said earlier, there is a very active Discord server for VirtualFlight.Online where people sit in the chat rooms while they're flying. The only reason I'm not there now is because I'm live streaming, and I don't want people to feel uncomfortable that what they're saying will go out onto YouTube and be recorded. So that's why I'm not sat in the chat room. Otherwise, when we, just casually hanging out, flying legs, we tend to sit in the chat rooms, and you learn an awful lot about the airplanes. It's really useful. So obviously, exchanging information with each other about, have you seen this, have you seen it do that? It's really, really useful. All you have shown me I have done, but on my little nav map nada must be me. Okay, so let's have a quick look. Did you click on the little red aeroplane on the toolbar? Because without that, the red aeroplanes won't appear. There's a red aeroplane with an A on it. You have to click on it. As well as set up the online flying stuff. It's very important that there isn't a space on the end of the URL. If you've copy and pasted that from anywhere, it's very likely it will have a space on it and it won't like it. So the test button is useful for that. And it will say success if it's read it. If I put a space on the end of it and test it, it will fail. So little navmap doesn't trim what you've typed in. And copying and pasting on the internet is notorious for inserting spaces. Okay, let me see where we're going, because it's very low-lying land around here, but... Okay, we're approaching Sombra. Let's just have a quick look at the winds at Sombra. So hover the mouse over, and 340 degrees 4 knots, so it's coming in. So we're looking for runway... Oh, we can go for runway 33. That's useful, that's straight into the wind. So we'll fly a right circuit into 33. So we'll turn 150 degrees when we get out alongside Sombra. So if we switch to heading mode now, then we can just spin the heading to 150, and then we'll fly our reciprocal of the approach, which will work well. We're going to drop down to 2,000 feet while we're at it. Prolinx has joined. So should we go and clear him for action? So AV, oh sorry, no, not V, AV, VA. .VirtualFlight, admin, what am I doing? Human resources, pilots. Oh, there's 3 people waiting. Let's go and do them now. So 4:30 has just been approved. Review. 431 has been approved. And the next one, 432. It sometimes gets the number wrong. There we go. So you have now been approved. You should have received an email with all of the instructions. So we're going to turn 150 degrees now and fly with the wind on the downwind leg. You see the airfield over here. There's the runway we'll be landing on. It's a very short runway, but we're in a plane that can handle very short runways. There's a hill though on the approach, which is quite interesting. So we'll come skimming over that hill. So let's descend further. We're going to come down to 1,000 feet at 1,000 feet a minute. We're going to cut the engine to 50% as we descend. So there's the runway. We're going to come in, skim the hill, land there, screech to a halt, put ourselves on the parking area. Actually, we could go the control tower side, couldn't we? And end the leg, do the PIREP, and then we carry on with our journey again. This is going to be an interesting one. Okay, better start concentrating. Come off the throttle, try and slow down a little bit as we make the turn. Off the autopilot. Whoa, it's got a lot of aileron trim. Some flaps out. Jump across to the cockpit side. Sit up so we can see where we're going. Get the butter out. It's funny, somebody asked me a while ago, you know, how do you manage to always land so neatly? And I think everyone would always say the same thing, it's just practice. Fast. We can always side slip to get rid of the speed. So to side slip, what I'm doing is giving it full boot of left rudder and then right aileron to counter the rotation. Then let go of it and just steer the aeroplane back down again. That's probably going to register as a heavy landing, but it doesn't really matter. Okay. Wheel brakes. Let's come off the runway. waiting for me. I wonder if they've got a Starbucks for me or something. Okay, on the parking brake. Pull the fuel to shut the engine. That will let me file the PIREP. And then back into the virtual airline, and I can go and grab the next leg. So, tour event legs, British Isles tour. We've just come into Sombra, which was EGPB, so we're looking for the leg that takes us to Wick, EGPC. So there's the Wick leg. So that's the one we will be dispatching as soon as we have the logbook entry for the previous one. The one that ends at EGPB, which I think has already come through by the look of it. So remember I said about a timer job? Yes, it already has, look. So it's just pure luck when you land, whether you get the timer job happen when you're there. So I've already dispatched, so we can go and refresh this. Alternate is EGPC. Passengers 0, altitude 2500, cargo 0. Start the flight, yes, okay. Minimize everything. Have a look at the route, 216 degrees, so we'll go and just put that in as a bit of a backup while we're waiting for the engine to start. 216 on the compass. About there. Flaps to takeoff position. Turn the starter back off. And we're good to go again. It was quite a quick turnaround, wasn't it? Let's have a look at the wind. See what we can sensibly use in terms of runways. It's only 4 knot wind, so really we've got free choice. I'd be more inclined to go for 09 though. If I taxi up to the end of this runway, well, it's only a few knots wind, we could just turn right and go for it. It's not going to make any difference around here. Okay, full throttle. Rotate. And flaps up. Skim the hilltop on the way out. We'll just hand fly it past the hill. And then we'll trim the plane out, which I didn't do before when we left previously. We begin our right turn. Say goodbye to Sombra. Okay, so let's get the plane trimmed out before we go for the autopilot. So, autopilot on. Go for 2,500 feet at 1,000 feet a minute. Go for nav mode on the GPS. We're on GPS on the CDI mode. So the plane is going to acquire... Oh, we haven't done it. Let's go for heading mode. Completely forgot to program the route. I've done the heading though, so we're out of jail. So let's go and flight plan, reset this. So remove EGPM, set EGPB as the beginning, Sunbra, enter. And now we want Wick EGPC as our destination. And come back, map, there we go. And now we can switch to nav mode and the plane will turn right and then left to get onto the track. And we can see 45 minutes in the air to get back to Wick. I'm going to take a break at this point. I will be back in about half an hour when we are approaching Wick. So hopefully you don't mind that. But what I'll do is I'll leave it in the cockpit. I'll put little nav map in the corner, open window layout, minimal. These are just saved window layouts in little nav map. You can do this via the window menu. You can save the window layout. So I turned everything off for the minimal one. And just saved it and called it minimal, but it allows me to do things like this, so you can see where I am. And we'll do this from outside. And I can look around the corner and see where we are. So now we're in cruise, just before I do say goodbye to the aeroplane. Let's see, so it's saying 37 minutes. Yeah, I'll be back in about 30 minutes then. I'm going to go and have some lunch. See you later. Okay, I'm back. We're just heading back over the north coast of Scotland. And we're approaching Wick. So John O'Groats is just here. And welcome to the United Kingdom once again, although you could argue the islands are part of it as well. But welcome to the mainland, let's put it that way. We have another pilot has just joined, Roy Coombs. Welcome to the airline, Roy Coombs. Just assigning your flight number. You will be 433 by the look of it. Just going to check that. Yes, we do. So Roy Coombs has been pilot VFL 0433. YouTube says this is GTA 5. I very much doubt it does. But thank you for your non-addition to the live stream chat. Okay, so on our way towards Wick, shall we follow the coast? Let's go and come up with autopilot. So the town we are heading towards, if we go and have a quick look, is Freswick. Have a look at it. Feeding in some aileron trim. To combat the winds, the autopilot was using quite a lot of trim. Okay, how are we doing on fuel? Let's have a quick look. We're about 70%, which is cool. Very good. Jump back across to the pilot side. So what is this? Oh, it's a forest. Okay. So Wick is over on the headland, so we're just following the land round towards it. It's just over here, the airfield. Looking out the wind, there's only 2 knots here, but what's the wind doing at Wick itself? It's 120 degrees 4 knots. So that implies coming straight in runway 13 at Wick, which is quite useful to us actually. KP is asking what aircraft we are flying. This is the Analogue Caravan, the Cessna C208 Grand Caravan. So there's a payware mod, or payware version of it I should say, not really a mod, that turns it into a study level aircraft with analog gauges, so, which is what we are looking at. I've also got the PMS GTN 50 GPS system, which is a mod, which replaces the Garmin 430, is it? The standard GPS that comes with the sim. It just gives it's a bit quicker to program things. That's the only real huge benefit. And it's a touch screen, so you can do things quickly and easily. Okay, so we should be able to see the airfield out there in the distance, just about. And there's also, here it is. Yeah. So we're going to come in round and land on that runway, which should be good for the parking as well, actually. Same end of the runway for parking, so we can go and file our pilot report. And then get our next dispatch from the airline, and we'll carry on our way down the coast. So for those who are late joining, I'm flying this flight using a virtual airline called VirtualFlight.Online. So for each leg of the journey, I am dispatching the leg from the airline, so I'm booking it essentially, and then filing a pilot report at the end of each leg. So seeing as we have hardly any wind, we're going to come in on this nearest runway, so we're just going to get rid of some speed. I'm just throwing the plane sideways on the rudder to get the airspeed underneath the limit for flaps. Cut the engines. We're going to come straight in. So this is Wick on the coast of Scotland. So we're going to hold it on the rudder to keep the speed down. And use the ailerons to steer, essentially. It's a bit of a backwards way of thinking to side slip, but I'm holding the plane sideways against the direction of travel, so we're actually pointing towards the town over there, but we're going this way. So we're kind of skidding the plane to use the side of the aircraft as the brake in the airflow, which allows us to come in much more steeply than we otherwise would. And then as we come over the runway apron, we'll straighten up. Like so. And then just let the speed bleed off. Come in for our landing. Not quite on the centre line, but it will do. Flaps back up. Roll long on the runway, and we'll come off at the next taxiway. You can see there's the control tower. Ah, KP is Carl. Hello Carl, nice to see you again. Okay, just getting the speed down so we don't get a penalty for taxi speeds. And then we'll put the parking brake on in a moment. Oh, there's a Trilander. And a King Air, I believe, behind it. Two Trilanders back to back. Interesting. So in the UK today, for anyone else watching this, we have a bank holiday because of the Queen's funeral. So I'm using it in the most productive manner possible. I'm going to ignore the van, which is in our way, because vans are good at that in Flight Simulator. So we'll just spin the aeroplane around. Okay, we have a Kodiak coming in. I think that's the guy that was following us earlier. So just put the parking brake on, we'll cut the fuel to the engine, which will let us close the flight plan, hopefully. There we go, end flight. Okay. And then we can go into the airline and go to the tours and events, British Isles. So the next leg we are looking at doing is from Wick to Inverness, so EGPC to EGPE. So if we go down, EGPC, EGPE, that's the next leg for us. We are not logged in now, so we are going to log in. It only uses session variables for the logins, that's why it forgets who you are after half an hour or so. We have to go back through this way. EGPE. I could have gone back in the browser actually and just refreshed. Give it a few seconds. So we're going Inverness, so Papa Echo to Papa Delta. There we go, that's the leg we're doing next. We can't dispatch it yet, obviously we have nothing in the logbook yet for the previous one, which was to Papa Echo. So we just wait. There's a timer job that runs. We saw this earlier, that sometimes if you catch the wrong moment on the timer job, you have a couple of minutes wait to get your next booking done. So we're just waiting for the PIREP to come through. I guess in the real world this is where the pilot is wandering over to go and get a bacon sandwich or a coffee before heading off on their next leg. We can just refresh this page, to be honest, and this will change to dispatch when it's cleared the previous flight plan. I guess while we are waiting we could go to VirtualFlight.Online, go and look at the Who's Online page, see who's around today running transmitter. There's a few people. If we go and look at the airline, we'll probably find it's a lot busier. Yes, it's a lot busier. There's 15 people on the ground at the moment, 9 in the air right now. So you can see the 9 that are in the air on the map. We've got somebody out there over Germany. William Noppen is flying from Belgium over to Lowe's, which is Salzburg. Interesting flight. Okay, let's go and have another look. Refresh. Still hasn't updated. Oh, come on. We want to get on with our flight. GTA 5 on the stream, how strange. I wonder if that is something to do with OBS doing something odd. I'll check YouTube as well. So if I go and look on YouTube, YouTube Studio, I get the weirdest things advertised to me on YouTube. Content, live, edit. See, it doesn't give me any options about the what it is labelling it as. VirtualFlight.Online, there's no tags that mention anything to do with GTA. Very, very odd. Anyway. Refresh. Hopefully we get the chance now. No, it still hasn't done the dispatch. We're just waiting here on the ground for dispatch to sort its life out. Meanwhile, the batteries are probably depleting on the aeroplane. If we sit here for too long, we won't be able to start the engine again. There we go, dispatch. Go to the dispatch centre. We can go into ACARS now, refresh ACARS. We are going to put an alternate in of EGPD, passengers 0, altitude 2500 feet, cargo 0, start the flight. Okay, we'll go back to the simulator, we'll start the engines. We'll put the fuel back to high idle and on the parking brake. We'll go and program our route while we're waiting for the engine to spin up. So we're going EGPC to EGPE now. So back into the GTN 750. Remove. Okay. EGPC. EGPC. Enter. EGPE. Oops, a typo. Inverness, that's correct. Wick to Inverness. So we come back out there, we can look on the map, we can zoom out. Map is in, or CDI is in GPS mode. Let's just have a quick look at our taxi route to get back out to the runway. So it's not an easy route. So it's only a 4-knot wind though. There's no real harm in taking off into that. But we'll follow the taxi round though and do it taxiway round and do it properly. So flaps to take off, parking brake off. And we're rolling. Cool, see you again soon, Curious. Yeah, I think over time the stream lag grows to more than a few seconds. Oh, I'm going to take off on the this runway. There's only a 4-knot wind, it's not going to hurt. Then we can get out on our way. Just before we do take off, let's just go and check something. So the next leg is 211 degrees magnetic. So let's get that programmed in on the compass at least. 211. It's almost the same as that we had on the previous leg, to be honest. And okay. Rotate. Okay, flaps up. Trim the aircraft. Autopilot on. 2,500 feet at 1,000 feet a minute, and switch to nav mode, which should do a left turn instantly, and there it goes. So say goodbye to Wick. Down the coast to Inverness now. Now I wonder what that cloud base is. Shall we go for 1,500 feet on the climb out instead of 2,500, just to stay below the clouds? And plus it's fairly, we're going to be over the water, so I guess there's these windmills to deal with, but I think we'll be clear of them. Have I got... Yes, I've got Bush Talk Radio installed. That might be useful. I don't know if any of you have seen Bush Talk Radio before. I can demonstrate it on the way, I guess, as long as I don't turn on the... We'll find out. Let's see if I can remember my password. So the way Bush Talk Radio works, let's just get rid of that, is you open a browser, which we already have open. If we go to Bush Talk Radio, we log in as us, so log in and sign up. Remember me, sign in.
The Battle of Cannock was a Scottish clan battle fought about 3 miles southwest of Wick, in the far north of Scotland. It was fought between men of the Clan Keith and Clan Mackay.
There we go. So you get this kind of museum-style curation, or sorry, narration.
Sutherland from Caithness. The date is uncertain. It was probably in 1464, but may have been in 1430.
So that's the one we're hearing.
The cause of the battle seems to have been a claim made by one of the Oliphants, then allies of the Sutherlands of Duffus, to some lands held by the Keiths.
So what I can do to boost up the volumes is open the volume mixer and turn up the Chrome volume. Let's see what it sounds like, what's going out of there. So what I could do is turn that up and then turn the simulator down. I'm just trying to balance this out so you hear the voice. There we go. So next time we have something of importance to hear about, you'll hear it automatically. This is what Bush Talk Radio does. So you leave the browser open in the background because that's where the sound comes from to do it. And when we get near a point of interest, see there's something over here, the port, well, we can hear about it before we get there. If I click on it and play it, we can just play it.
The Port Mahomack sculpture fragments are the slabs and stone fragments which have been discovered at the East Ross settlement of Port Mahomack, Scotland. There are around 200 of these fragments, each the size of a handspan or larger, making Port Mahomack one of the major centres of rediscovered Pictish art. 19 pieces were found in and around the churchyard before 1994, and the remainder were found during formal archaeological investigations by the University of York between 1994 and 2007. The excavation director, Martin Carver, has proposed that the majority of the carved pieces originated in 4 monumental crosses or cross slabs of exceptional size and elaboration, placed around the site of St. Coleman's Church. One of these carried 4 Pictish symbols, a second had snake-headed interlace. A third features images of a complex beast and a row of apostles carrying books. This same stone originally carried along one edge a Latin inscription, in nomine XRI crux XRI in commemoration REO. 52 die hack, commemorating an unknown person. The 4th cross was covered in spiral and interlace ornament. Another large fragment, the so-called boar stone, has been identified as a sarcophagus lid with images of a boar and a wolf-like creature. Yet another fragment, the so-called calf stone, appears to belong to a shrine or screen. It depicts a bull and a cow tending to their calf. Other pieces from Port Mahomack have been recognized as grave markers, incised with simple crosses. These are comparable to examples known from Iona and other early Christian sites in Argyll and western Scotland. Much of the Port Mahomack sculpture has been assigned by radiocarbon dating of the layer in which it was found to the 8th century. Artistically, it has points of contact with sculpture in Iona and Northumbria, but its closest affiliation is with the Great Cross slabs on other parts of the Tarbert Peninsula, namely those at Hilton of Cadwal, Shandwick, and Nape, which one may perhaps assume were created by a school of masons centered on Tarbert. Together they...
Anyway, you get the idea. That's what Bush Talk Radio does. It becomes an interactive history lesson as you are flying around, because when you get within about a mile or 2 miles of any of the waypoints, you start to hear it automatically if it's open. But yeah, it's very cool. So if you're just flying the simulator on your own, it's good for that. Also, you can open nearby radio stations. So I'm not going to do it because I'll get a copyright strike. But yeah, you just leave local radio on, so as you're flying around the world, you can have the local radio on in the cockpit, which is quite cool. But anyway, that's what Bush Talk Radio does. I'm going to turn it back off. So we're just flying along. Down the coast towards Inverness. Shouldn't take too long. Following Inverness, we go across to Dice, or Aberdeen, then down to Edinburgh, then Newcastle, then Blackpool, then Humberside, then Norwich, then Southend, then Shoreham, finally back to Kidlington. So we have been doing this epic tour that I started several weeks ago when I started a week ago, when I started the airline. This was the first big tour I created, which was a tour of the United Kingdom with kind of GA length legs that could be done. I've left the ignition on again. Let's hope I haven't damaged the engine too much. Let's see what damage that did, leaving it on all the time. Let's go and have a look. It's taken a few percent off. But it's okay. Not the end of the world. So yeah, Bush Talk Radio is great fun. It's if you're just flying on your own, it gives you that bit of interest. You can also, I'll go and switch it on actually, if you go into assistance and turn on points of interest, I think it's the landmark markers. One of the add-ons you can put in with Bush Talk Radio is the landmarks. So if we apply and go back and resume, if I look behind me, you'll probably see one. The one that we had talking. No, it's not appeared there. So as we get closer to anywhere that's worth seeing, you'll see landmark markers, and those are the things that when you fly near them, you hear Bush Talk Radio burst to life. So maybe I should leave it on during the flight. So let's go and switch it back on again. It's saying I'm already signed in, so I'll just leave it minimised. I can put it down in the corner of the screen out of the way. If we leave it running in the website, so bushtalkradio.com, and zoom in. Oh, that's airports nearby, sorry. I want to find us. Well, there we are there. The little arrow. So I'll leave it running in the background. And it will burst into life if it needs to. Has the sim paused? I think it might have done. Yes, it has. Are we about to get a crash to desktop? No. We survived that pause. That was probably a USB controller issue. I often get them. The way that Flight Simulator pulls the USB devices, if they reset, it pauses the game while it scans the USB ports. I've seen other games. The only other game I've actually seen do it is PGA Golf, PGA Tour, which is notoriously bad at trying to pick the controller you want to use for you, to the point that a lot of people can't play the game without pulling every controller out of their computer apart from the one they want. Which is the reason I only ever played the PGA Golf game once, because it was so annoying that I had to reconfigure the computer just to play that game that I never loaded it again. Thankfully I bought it while it was on offer on Steam. Yes, I've just reading Carl's comment about the if you plug something new in. Yeah, it's frustrating beyond belief. And it's connected to power management on the motherboard as well. So even if you go through Device Manager and switch off power management of all of the USB ports and the USB devices, it still does it now and again. It's bizarre though. Some days it won't do it, other days it does it repeatedly. Hopefully Asobo will address it at some point. And have like a second thread or something for scanning the USB devices so it doesn't kill the main thread. I'm quite glad we descended now. Look, we're just below the ceiling. Yeah, I would blame the software engineers too. They're a terrible lot. Working to a budget and a deadline. The water is very calm today. It's because it's only a couple of knots wind, isn't it? 3 knots locally, according to Little Nav Map. Let's move this out of the way. So just referring back to Bush Talk Radio, it should give us some useful. A landmark should appear directly in front of us. That's if I've gone and picked the right thing in the points of interest. I think, let me just have a quick check. If I go to here, I go to Community, Bush Talk Radio B. Oh, maybe I haven't got it installed. Oh, there it is. Landmarks. Yeah, so I have got it. So I was expecting to see like a white stalk appearing within my field of vision, which should be a point of interest for a landmark. Oh, there it goes. Talk of the devil. So when we get close to it, Bush Talk Radio should burst into life. And it will tell us all about the Port Mahomet sculpture fragments, which we heard about earlier, but obviously we can stop it mid-talk. But it'd be good to show you how that works as we get close to it. So if I minimise this further, it's quite cool that you can make this smaller, so we can use it in the same way that we did with Little Nav Map. So you've got a fully responsive site. You could of course put it on a mobile as well. It's essentially the add-on inside the simulator is telling it where you are on your logon, so you don't have to be using this in a browser on your computer. You could have it on a tablet or a phone or whatever, and it will burst into life with the sound, you know, when you're near a landmark or if you have the radio on, for example. It works very, very well. I think to get that to show up, you just need to look at it to get the range, get it somewhere near the middle of the screen. Famous last words. Maybe you have to fly the aeroplane towards it, I can't remember. for the label to appear. I thought it would give us a direction and a distance and a label, unless there's something I haven't switched on maybe in the points of interest. See if it bursts into life. Oh, there we go. We just have to be close enough for it to put the wording in. So just to test this theory out, if we fly over it, I've come off the autopilot. I think it's inside 2 miles, it will start talking. Obviously I was wrong. Maybe it's because we've already heard it and it knows we've heard it.
The Port Mahomet sculpture fragments are the slabs and stone fragments which have been discovered at the East Ross settlement of Port Mahomet, Scotland. There are around 200 of these fragments, each the size of a handspan or larger, making Port Mahomet one of the major centres of rediscovered Pictish art. 19 pieces were found in and around the churchyard before 1994, and the remainder were found during formal archaeological investigations by
we'll pause it and close the map and carry on our route. Autopilot is back on. Back onto nav mode. So it should go and reacquire the GPS line all on its own, and it's going for 1,500 feet, so they were at 2,500 at the moment. Let's do that and tell it how to get there. 300 feet a minute. It should just capture the altitude. Yeah, it has straight away, look. These fun options of things to occupy us as we're flying along. The job now is fitting it all on the screen at once, isn't it? There we go. Approaching Inverness, so we should get some points of interest light up. We're quite high though, and you can see the cloud base is quite low, so let's take this back down to 1,500 feet 500 feet a minute should do. So the nice thing about Bush Talk Radio is you can add items to the map. So you can go and put the text in, describe the location, and it has to go through a vetting process. They won't allow anything in, otherwise everybody would just do their own house, wouldn't they? But you can submit additions to the database, and they add them on. And they periodically update the database of waypoints, and you can get them both for a CSV file for Little Nav Map, and like I said, there's an add-on for the simulator that goes in the community folder that means that the points of interest show up within the simulator. Right. I'll be back in a moment. So here's the airfield, we're right over the top of it at the moment. So what I want to know is, yeah, let's just circle then. Should we fly over Castle Stewart and hear the narration? If we approach from this end. There's Inverness. So why isn't Castle Stewart starting? Maybe we have to click play.
The University of York between 1994 and 2007. The
We don't want to hear that one, we want to hear this one.
Castle Stewart is a restored tower house on the banks of the Moray Firth, about 6.5 miles northeast of Inverness. The land the castle was built on was granted to James Stewart, 1st Earl of Moray, by his half-sister, Mary, Queen of Scots, following her return to Scotland in 1561. The successive murders of Stewart and his son-in-law, James Stewart, 2nd Earl of Moray, meant that the castle was finally completed by his grandson, James Stewart, 3rd Earl of Moray, in 1625. Though the castle initially flourished, it fell into disuse as the fortunes of the House of Stewart sank during the English Civil War and Charles I was executed. The castle lay derelict for 300 years before being restored. It is currently used as a luxury hotel.
So we've got a light has come on for cabin temperature, so let's have a look. Air conditioning. Bleed air on. I should warm the cabin up a bit. Look where I'm going, really. Okay, taxi in, park up, usual routine, file a flight plan. Looks like there's an Islander parked up. Let's turn ourselves round. Parking brake is on, engine fuel is cut, so we should be able to... Oh, did I forget to start the flight? I thought I started it. Brilliant. Unless that went wrong. I'm sure I did it. Okay, because I haven't started the flight, I'm going to cheat. That's slightly annoying. We're going to cheat. I'm going to do it a better way, just to make this a bit more fun for everybody watching. I'm going to go back to the menu because I've not started the flight yet. We're going to do this in the Hawk. So we're going to go back to Wick. I think the runway's long enough. Yeah, 6,000 feet at Wick. We're going to go and grab the Hawk. This just shows what happens when you try to multitask, or it shows what happens if you multitask and you're me and you are terrible at multitasking. We will get the RAF 92 Squadron Hawk. We will put it on the runway at Wick. No, that's not where we need to be. That's where we started out earlier. Put it on the runway at Wick. Set as departure. Fly. And we're going to do some of these a little bit more quickly. We're going to use the RAF Fast Jet Trainer. Going ever so much more quickly than we have been, although we are going to get nailed for overspeeding under 10,000 feet, but don't really mind. Yeah, I pressed everything except start flight, didn't I? Oh well. Ready to fly. So on the runway. Parking brake is on, engine is running. As long as the parking brake is on, we can file the PIREP.
Ackergill Tower is located on the coast of Sinclair's Bay, about 4 kilometres north.
And I'm going to also go in and... go back. Assistance, we're going to turn off the points of interest. Apply, go back, resume. We're going to switch off push talk radio. And we are going to start the flight this time. We are at EGP, aren't we? I don't understand. I put the wrong flight in, didn't I? I dispatched the wrong flight. That's what's going on. I should be going from... Where on earth is the label for the airfield? EGPC. Okay. Schoolboy error. So let's make the browser bigger. VA.VirtualFlight.Online, crew center, log in as me. Let's go and dispatch the correct flight, shall we? It just shows how poor I am at multitasking. We're going to fly fast along the coast in the Hawk. So EGPC, EGPE should be the next one then. So that's, yeah, that's the correct one. Oh, I have to go to dispatch and cancel it. Cancel. Find flights. Tours. United Kingdom. British Isles. This should be fun. Dispatch. That's done. Then we come back into ACARS and we start the flight. Okay, we need to refresh that. There we go. So alternate EGPE. Start flight. Yes. Okay, we're ready to go. So flaps to take off. Just so you get to see what we're flying. We're in an RAF fast jet trainer. Hawk T1A. Hold it on the parking brake, on the wheel brakes now. Brakes. We'll need all the speed we can get. This is a bit of a short runway for it. So we're coming through 10 knots, start trying to rotate. Off the ground. Wheels up, flaps up, gently easing off the elevator. Speed limit below 10,000 feet, but it doesn't really apply to RAF aircraft. It does look good, doesn't it? Should be going fast. Burn some fuel on the way. This from the rear cockpit as well. So I'm just trying to remember how you do. There we go. pedal a bit. Okay, so we need to turn this in there. Is that better? forgot the Kodiak. Sorry, not the Kodiak. The Grand Caravan is a lot quieter. Can push the camera forwards out over the nose. The roll rate is a lot more extreme than I'm using, and if we open the engine up actually, let's have a quick look at the map. We have got a GPS if we switch it on. I think, can we just click here to get it? No, we have to change it over here. GPS site. So just waiting for it to boot up. Let's get below the cloud base. Map. Zoom out. Well, that was a bit of a quicker way to get to Inverness, wasn't it? Perhaps we'll do the next few legs using the Hawk, just for a bit of fun. So, across the first patch of water, across the next second patch of water, and that takes us to Inverness. Okay, there we go, trimmed out the elevators, holding at about just under 400 knots. And here comes EGPE, or Inverness. Should go lower across the forest. It's 350 knots at the moment. heading for Inverness Airport on the other side of the water. Just under 300 knots now. So we'll loop out towards the castle like we did last time. Let's get a little bit of altitude so we can see the airfield. There's the runway behind us over there. Okay, down to 170 knots. Gear down, flaps down. That's the runway at Inverness. Looking for about 120 knots. We do have spoilers in the Hawk, but we shouldn't need them. We're so draggy with the flaps and gear down. It's quite amusing. Huge stutter from the sim then. Okay, we roll along. Flaps up. And get on the taxiway. Looks like we have to turn left and go all the way around, which of course I'm not going to do because I'm doing a quick turnaround. There's no wind anyway, so I can take off the direction we came in. I'll just get out of the way of everything. Okay, parking brake on, and we go for a ready for start, I guess, which will turn the engine off for us. End the flight. Okay, we filed the PIREP. Let's just shut up the alarms. And come back in, go to tours events. We will get absolutely crucified for that flight when you see the Hawk come up on the logbook. Don't worry too much. VA. So let's go and get ready for the next leg. Just check the runway length. So we've got Inverness here that we've just taken off from. Dice has got a lovely long runway, so we'll be fine there. Okay. We're waiting for the logbook to come in, aren't we? On the Hawk. British Aerospace T-Mark 1A Hawk. While we are waiting, we could go and put some more fuel in. Oh, we only used a few % of the fuel anyway. Oh, that's good. Okay, excellent. Refresh. Just while we're waiting, let's have a look at the Hawk then in a bit more detail. This is the fast jet trainer used by the RAF for their student pilots. They fly most of them out of Valley, up in the north of England. Or not north of England, in Wales. North of Wales. It's a very nice aeroplane. Okay, refresh the logbook. Has it come in yet? No, it hasn't. We're still waiting for the PIREP to come in, then we can do a second dispatch to go for our next leg of our journey. Give it a few seconds. Today would be good. It's tempting if the runway's long enough to use the Starfighter just for a bit more fun. Here we go. We've finally been given clearance. So we've just done PE. We're doing PE to PD next, I think. PE to PD, that's correct. View, dispatch, dispatch center, and in here, if we go and have a look, this will be horrifying. Yeah, look, fail overspeed below 10,000 feet and landing lights above 10,000. So we went above 10,000 feet and left the landing lights on. So we won't worry too much. Okay, so we need to go into ACARS, refresh to go and get the flight, and put in our EGPD as the alternate. We'll put in 5,000 feet this time. Cargo 0, start flight, yes, okay, and we're good to go again. So we go and say ready for takeoff, and that will spin the aeroplane back up for us automatically using the helper in the Hawk, and then we hope we have a long enough runway at Inverness to take off with the Hawk. So we're just waiting for the engine to come up. Turn off these warnings. These will all go out as the engine spins up. There we go. And the once the inertial navigation is up and running, the attitude indicator will roll around all on its own. It will uncage itself. Just waiting for the engines, or engine I should say, single engine. Right, flaps to take off the parking brake. Let's go and get all the runway length we can get. So, flight plan. Where are we going from again? EGPE to EGPD. So, EGPE, EGPD, EGPD. Enter. There we go. Going to do it in double quick time. Full throttle. Gear up. Flaps up. And we've already broken the 250 knot limit. But we're not going to worry. Edging out towards 300 knots. Let's go a bit lower. Notice what I said earlier about the roll rate of this thing. It's ever so slightly mad. Watch. So when we get to the coast and land at the next airfield, I'm going to give it a rest for a bit. I'm going to log off and I'm going to end the live stream there because I'm getting quite tired. It's been several hours today so far, but it has progressed me a long way through the British Isles tour, which is useful. Should we come in past the wind farm? low across the ground, doing nearly 450 knots. Okay, coming in towards Aberdeen Dice Airport. Let's have a look at the wind and see what the approach is going to look like. 4 knots from the northwest, so we ought to be coming in runway 34, but it's only a few knots wind. Yeah, maybe we'll do a left circuit then into runway 34, which makes it quite easy. Okay, cut the engines. Okay, this is going to be the end for today's escapades. Just rolling in for approach to Aberdeen Dice Airport in the Hawk T-Mark 1A from JustFlight. Just edging above 120 knots, which is kind of the safe margin for approach. Break all sorts of aviation laws and taxi on the runway. To get back quickly, I am so tired. Flaps up. I'm parked down by the Kodiak. I don't really fancy going up to the gate in a Hawk. You can get the ladders out. So chocks, covers, steps, there we go. End flight in ACARS. And that's the end of me flying for today. Let's go and have a look and see how many things we get told off for on that route. So we'll go and have a look in the logbook. It hasn't come in yet. It will come in a few moments. So just as a bit of a recap for anybody that's just wandered in, this is VirtualFlight.Online, the airline. It's free to join. You can see there are lots and lots of people flying right now. We have 13 flights dispatched, 21 flights in the air right now. It's, yeah, slightly crazy. You can just see my previous flight I just did. I've just done another one. So you can see, if I go and click on myself, that's the route I just took across the country. I'm going to go in and look in the logbook and refresh it. Hopefully it will appear with my PIREP, my pilot reports from ACARS any moment. KP says thanks for the stream, have a good one. Yeah, same for you. I'll probably be online on the Discord server a bit later. I'm going to go and have a break and watch some of the TV coverage from what's been going on today and see how we get on. So let's have a look. Yep, there comes my flight report. I will get absolutely nailed for speed, overspeed below 10,000 feet. Otherwise, everything was fine. Okay, that's it for me today. I'll see you again soon.